we are live. And just like that, this little storm has moved along. See any hail out there? Heard some, don't see any. Must have melted right away. There's some more rain. Here. Alright, how's it going, everyone? We're sitting here in southern Wisconsin. We got a marginal risk out today. We're just kind of hanging out right now. Where am I at? That's a great question. I don't even know where I'm at. I am near Hustisford is where I am right now. Around that area. See the rain starting to let up. We're just kind of having fun with the pulse storms today. That's our plan. Nothing super crazy going on. Might set up a camera to try to get some lightning photos. But let's see. Why is my windshield fogging up? There we go. Let's see. Get out and show you guys what this storm is looking like. Nothing super crazy going on today. Just mainly a local structure chase. I'll take you all outside. You can see this is a little rain shower that just kind of passed through. This weak little thunderstorm. That's kind of going to be the trend for today. Just little pop-up storms. We're going to have some fun following along with these, try to get some storm structure images and just have a good time. Might be some small hail from some of these, maybe some gusty winds, but this one's still a bit early, so we're not expecting too much out of this one yet. All right. Hop back in, and just like that, sun is back out. All right. Might set up one of my cameras so that you guys can watch this thing out my window here. Turn off that wiper. Get this all set up here for you guys so you can enjoy the show a little bit. Alright, let's put you guys out the window. There we go. Yeah, we're just kind of enjoying the storms today. Little storm scenery. That's our plan. Not too far from Sussex. I think we're near that area. Where are we? Yeah, we're around there. Just kind of watching some of these little pop-up showers. Seeing if they want to put down some pretty photo opportunities for us. Love to get some lightning out of these guys. These little pop-up storms are my favorite subjects for lightning photography. Yeah, you can see up into this thing too. Looking pretty cool. You can look up at it. See the towering cumulus overhead and then the rain down at the bottom. I'm going to point the car that way. There we go. Let's do a little turn here so that y'all can see this a little bit. There we go. There's a bird out there. Good bird. Look at that little bird down in there. Waiting out the storms. Yeah, that's a little rain shower we're watching right now. I might set up a time lapse, just kind of get some photos of this thing as it moves off to the east. Yeah, that bird. He's just kind of hanging out. Wonder if I got a nest right there in this parking lot. That little guy. That little bird. All right. Let's take a look at our radar here. Some of these storms are starting to put down some lightning. I'm tempted to move a little bit further south just to see what else is developing down this boundary a little bit. Let's take a look at satellite here. See what's going on. For some reason, I haven't had a satellite image update for a long time. Have to fix that. That's weird. Okay. For some reason, my satellite images aren't updating. All right, well, how's it going, everyone? Thank you all for tuning in today. Doing a little local live stream, just kind of having fun, enjoying the storms today. That's our plan. Not really expecting a major severe weather day. Today we're just going to be hanging out and seeing what these little pop-up storms want to do. That's going to be the plan. More storms farther to our north, too. Those are a little far and moving out of the good environment. So we'll hold our post right here for a little while to kind of see what develops. I wonder if we got another little storm cell trying to go up next to us. All right. All right. Let's see if I can get an updated satellite view. So I could really use that right now. An updated satellite image would do wonders at the moment. Let's see, there we go. Observations, visible satellite. There we go. Better than nothing. Okay. Now we have a little boundary sitting right here. We're just waiting and seeing what storms pop on it. Got two boundaries, it looks like. Funky. Okay. Yeah, right now we're just kind of hanging out, seeing what feels like developing. You can see the top of our storms up over there as those kind of make their way to the northeast. We're near the Horicon area right now, somewhere in there. Christy K, hello, how's it going? Thank you for tuning in. Got a marginal risk out for today. We're just out and about enjoying the scenery, getting some pretty photos. Nothing really crazy going on. Just sitting around having fun, enjoying the storms. That's the plan. That's the main goal for today, is enjoy the weather. So yeah, this little cell just popped up ahead of us. It's moving off now. We're kind of waiting and seeing if anything develops further down the line to our south. I can show you guys on radar what we got. So basically, here's our radar right now. Let me see if I can get this. Is it going to expose, or is it going to stay dark? Hold on, let me try to fix this here. It exposes out the windshield. For some reason, it doesn't want to fix the exposure when I bring it in. Alright. Alright, there we go. Problem solved. But here's what we're looking at right now. You can see we got a couple. These are the little pulse storms that we got our eyes on at the moment near the Hustisford, Horicon, Iron Ridge area. Those are kind of fizzling out. We have this boundary kind of draped in here. And it looks like there might be another boundary kind of in that area. So we're just kind of watching and seeing what storms kind of develop over here throughout the afternoon. Just kind of seeing what happens. Not expecting really long-lived storms today like these ones. If we cycle through the radar here, you can see they go up and then they start fizzling out. So going to be kind of a popcorn storm regime today. Maybe get a few, maybe a downburst or two if something a bit more organized can develop, but just kind of a little local day, hanging out, enjoying these storms here is the plan. Yeah, I might get out and get a few photos of that little updraft tower. Might as well, eh? We're out here, might as well get a couple photos of the pretty storms. All right. I'm gonna come around in front of the car here. Just getting a couple little photos. Didn't know Wisconsin gets storms, neither did I. Seems like the past few years Wisconsin has gotten skunked out of the good storm events, but this year things have picked up a little bit. So, had a busy season so far. See if I can fix the door for this GoPro. All right. The door for the 360 camera decided to come off. So we're gonna have to deal with that. Let's see if I can get this guy on here. Doing a little camera surgery right now. How did this get like that? Oh, there we go. Got it. There we go. GoPro has been fixed. We're good to go. Ready to rumble. But yeah, you can see the storm is kind of collapsing on itself now. That's what they're going to do they're going to go up. They're going to last 30, 40 minutes, maybe an hour, and then they're going to collapse on themselves and produce some strong winds as they come back down. All right. Well, that storm's on its way out, which means we got a little bit of time before something else develops here behind us. Because we're sitting right on the boundary, so if there's going to be new storms that develop, it's going to be right around here. Tempted to move a little bit further south as we get later in the evening, just because that's where the better environment will kind of be. Hannah's in chat. How's it going, Hannah? Be back after my nap. You go take the nap. Today is a great nap day. All these little thunderstorms. Nothing's better than a thunderstorm and a good nap. All right. I'm tempted to move a little bit south. Actually, I'm going to give it a few minutes just to kind of see what else decides to pop up around here before we make the plunge somewhere else. I'm wondering if we get some type of shelf cloud structure later today, if any of these storms can kind of get lined up. Be nice if we had a little bit of wind shear to help these storms along in on their journey. That's kind of what we're lacking today. That the wind shear that you need to fuel stronger storms isn't as prevalent as we'd like it to be, but it's how it goes. Got a bug in here. There's a fly in here right now, cruising around. We gotta stow away. Yeah, you can see the evolution of this storm. A few minutes ago it was up there quite a ways, and now it's coming back down. So you might have another pulse storm kind of up over here we can sit and watch for a few minutes. Got a big old cluster of them without scaring the bird, hopefully. Sorry, bird. Yeah, that bird's not a fan. Yeah, I can see we got a couple other little storms kind of going up in the distance here. That's the boundary that these storms are riding, and throughout the afternoon, that's gonna work its way down our direction. So that's near the Beaver Dam area, is where those storms are. It's about get the AC going up here so this phone doesn't overheat. All right. Let's bring chat back up here. See what's going on in chat. Yeah, I might set up a time lapse for a little bit just to kind of film these storms as they bubble up and fizzle out on themselves. can see this storm that just came through, its outflow has cleared out the sky here. So in this little area, there's a slightly more stable because we have cooler air from this storm, but that's only going to last for so long before the sun kind of cooks things back up again along this boundary here. Pretty scene, and can't hear the AC. Very pretty scene, and I'm glad the air conditioning isn't getting in the way. I don't want to have a jet engine blowing into the microphone. You can see the top of that storm in the distance. Sooner we're going to kind of watch this guy. What you're going to see here, it's kind of hitting its ceiling right now. It's kind of as high up as it'll make it. You can see the updraft isn't as solid as it was looking a few minutes ago. It's looking more puffy. The cumulus clouds, they don't have those sharp edges anymore. So I have a feeling over the next few minutes we're going to see that storm collapse on itself and come back down. We might get a couple good wind gusts or two later on in the afternoon once those storms kind of have the fuel that they need. But as of right now, they're just kind of harmless little pop-up thunderstorms. Pull up the meso analysis here just so I can kind of see the environment that these storms are moving through. It'd be nice if these lower level clouds weren't blocking our view. Not supposed to storm here today, but I need the rain. You can take all the rain. Wisconsin has gotten so much of it this year. Everything has gotten all the rain that it needs for a little while, so I mean there's plenty of areas it's nice that we've had a break from the rain over the past couple days, but still a lot of areas with lots of water, especially kind of low-lying areas near the marshes. I know are having trouble with drainage around here just because we've had so much rain. And on my drive out here, I drove past a park that was underwater. We might stop there and take a look at that on our way back, but we'll see. This is the fun part of chasing, the waiting game. Waiting for a storm to develop, or at least become more organized. Let's see, let's pull up radar here, see what these little cells are doing. Yeah, these cells off to our west are going to start to fizzle out. And we'll probably see more development kind of farther to our south as the day goes along. That's kind of our plan. We're just going to slowly work our way back south throughout the afternoon and kind of catch these storms as they pop up and fizzle out. That's the play for today. Not sure how long I'll be out here for, but we'll see. We'll be out here for a little while at least. Enjoying the scenery. We're also testing the new cellular booster today. So hopefully we don't have as many drops in the stream in these low data zones. Has anyone seen my dog Pickles? I haven't seen your dog Pickles, unfortunately. We've seen a bird. There's a bird outside the car right now. You're just kind of hanging out there. This might become a bird live stream. You can live stream the bird while we wait for storms. Y'all want to see the bird? Take a look. There he is out there. Hey, birdie. This is our, instead of storm chasing today, we're going to live stream this bird. That's the plan. New objective, bird live stream. Hi, Mr. Bird. Wonder if I can set the camera on one of these mounts so that y'all can enjoy the bird. Let's get this all set up here. Here he is. There's the bird. Let him go. This is our new bird friend. What should we name the bird, chat? I think we got to come up with a name for him. This is going to be our new friend here for a little while. Roy Glaze, how's it going? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. We're enjoying the company of this bird right now as we wait for storms. If y'all have any name suggestions for the bird, now's your time to put it in chat. We'll come up with a name for him. I want to try to get a better setup for him so that y'all can watch. Let's get this on a mount. Bam. Bam. There's our bird friend. Yeah. It's a killdeer. That's the bird species. If y'all have any name suggestions for our bird friend, put him down. We'll pick a name for him. Look at him. He's just hanging out there. Get a tweet out of this guy. He's just chilling. Wonder if he has a nest there or something. Let's get out a tweet. Wonder if I can zoom that in a bit. There he is. Our little bird. Hopefully that doesn't fall over. It's kind of balancing on my my window a little bit. All right. Donut bird. It is sitting in a donut ring, isn't it? Someone was doing donuts out here. Oh, he's just sitting on his, roosting on his little nest. Stormy. Could be a good name for him. Let's pull up our radar here. You know, we have an outflow boundary working its way down, so we might get more storms that kind of pop up along that. See, his mouth is open. He's perspirating because it's so hot out. Trying to keep cool. This is what happens on a storm chaser live stream when the storms aren't developing. You watch the birds. We'll get a storm one of these days. One of these days we'll have a storm pop up. Right, Stormy? That's the bird's name. It's official. The bird is named Stormy. What are we going to name him? I'm liking the name Stormy. I think that's a good name. Maybe Stormy will be our good luck charm for today. Ryan's in here. How's it going, Ryan? Good to see you. We are bird watching. This is our killdeer. His name is Stormy. He's our entertainment while we wait for storms to initiate. Yeah, if y'all aren't subscribed to Ryan, you should definitely subscribe to him. He's one of my chaser buddies out west, out in the Great Plains. Ryan, are you going to Wyoming tomorrow by chance? And I've seen some murmurings about a possible Wyoming storm chase. I wonder what type of other animals we can find. Maybe that's what we do while we wait for storms. We can go try to find some animals. Nowhere near the Rock River, there's usually some turtles hanging around in there. probably heading home. Sitting out the Wyoming target. It's okay. Brendan will have us covered. The resident Wyoming chaser. This little bird's just chilling there. I wish I had my my big zoom lens on me. One of my friends is borrowing it right now. Get some photos of this little bird. Yeah, I wonder if we're gonna have these two boundaries run into each other. Maybe that'll spark up some more development. But this is our bird friend. I'm gonna bring y'all back in really quickly so that you can see kind of the weather that I'm eyeing right now. So we might have some action here in a little bit, depending on how this kind of behaves. So, let me get this off the map here. There we go. We got boundary sitting in here. It looks like another boundary kind of down in here. So, sometimes when these boundaries clash with one another, you can get little storms that develop between them. So, maybe we get something out of that, but only time will tell. We're just playing the waiting game. Seeing what pops. What pops up, what doesn't pop up. Should drive around and try to find more animals. We might be able to do that for a little bit while we wait and see what pops up. I wonder if there's a little swamp around here. There's a hiking trail down here a ways. Probably some turtles on it. Put this window on up. Keep the air conditioning in here. Phone was getting a little hot. I'm gonna bring it back into the AC for a little bit. Cluster of storms coming up from the Monroe area. Maybe that'll develop into something later on this evening. Right now we're watching the boundary. That's what you do on the pop-up days. You find somewhere, you sit, and you watch whatever boundaries are hanging around. Let's see. I wonder if the new meso analysis is loaded in. Let's take a look. Ooh, yeah. We got a lot of cape. A lot of fuel. But we need a storm. Let's see. We have a lot of fuel out there. The question is, will a storm take advantage of it? we're sitting right where we need to be. Got good lapse rates, lots of cape. Shear is the missing part of the equation. Sometimes these boundaries can compensate for it a little bit. You get storms that pop on them. All right. Let me show you all the mesoanalysis page and kind of get an idea of the environment that we're working with out here in the Wisconsin land. We're right up here. See, we got 2,500 joules per kilogram of cape, which is more than enough for to fuel some thunderstorms. This is our main thing that we are missing, is wind shear. Wind shear is the changing of direction as the wind increases with height. And when you get wind shear, you can get more robust thunderstorm activity. The problem is we don't have a whole lot of it. So these storms are going to kind of go up, and then they're just going to kind of collapse on themselves after about an hour or two, just because we don't really have that wind shear that we need. However, with those storms kind of going up and then collapsing on themselves and the really unstable environment, it's possible what happens is these storms kind of go up. They can get up there quite a ways just because of how much fuel that they have, and then when they eventually collapse on themselves, they can produce a downburst, which can create some strong winds. Now, that's our main goal for today, is to try to get in one of those downbursts if we can find one. All right. Got a couple little storms trying to develop on this boundary further to our south. Nothing really has consolidated yet, but that might be our next target. This little line of storms trying to pop up. We do want to see what these boundaries will do as they interact with one another. Let's see. Thinking. Thinking about where to go next. See the white puffy cumulus out in front of us. Why is my phone giving me advertisements? Tree Monk VR, how's it going? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. We're playing the waiting game right now. We have two targets that we're watching, kind of one right in front of us and another one to our south. We're just kind of waiting and seeing where storms develop right now. That's our play at the moment. The waiting game. Where will the storms develop? Our little bird friend is still chilling out there. Turn up the AC a little bit. There we go. Help cool things down up here on the dashboard. Tomorrow is umbrella. I'm guessing the umbrella means it's going to be rainy, but yeah, that's kind of what it's looking like for tomorrow. More rain. Late tonight, this boundary that's kicking off storms today is just going to kind of linger through here throughout tomorrow, so we'll have some more rain chances throughout the day. You can see we have more bubbly cumulus clouds trying to get going here in the wake of the rain shower that we had at the start of the stream. Chat again. Sorry guys, I'm whacking on reading chat. And checking the meso analysis, trying to figure out what's going on. Got a new member. Invert D007 became a cheese wedge. Thank you for joining the cheese wedge squad. Glad to have you as a member. Appreciate it. Helps out the channel a ton. Helps me bring you guys to these storms. Do I hear sirens? That might just be the air conditioning from the car. I have the air conditioning on right now to just kind of cool things off in here. There's a bee at my window. A little bee. Another little storm developing. Oh, that's the gas pedal. We have another little storm developing off this way. Let's turn around and point at this guy for a little bit. Check out that little pop-up storm. See another little pop-up storm going up to our east. Just waiting for something more solid to get going. What's going on in Wisconsin? Wisconsin right now we have a marginal risk for severe weather, so a 1 out of 5 in terms of the level of the risk. So the lowest risk. We're just kind of watching for little pop-up thunderstorms that might produce some damaging winds and maybe some hail throughout this afternoon. That's what we got going on right now out here in the land of Wisconsin. Sneezy. Let's see if my satellite images will update yet, or if they're still being funky. Okay, now we got an update. Yeah, we can start to see more bubbly cumulus clouds going up. So we'll probably see some more storms start to pop up soon. Especially along this boundary. That's kind of where they're focused right now. This boundary is slowly working its way south. What's going on in Florida? They're getting a lot of rain is what they got. I believe there was a water spout captured in Florida earlier this morning by some of my buddies who were down there. Oh, we got another little storm trying to go up right there. How about that? Had some pop-ups overnight, tornado sirens and some strong wind gusts. We had a similar thing 2 nights ago down in this part of Wisconsin. We had a strong downburst that came through. I think winds peaked around 60 miles per hour. Took down a couple tree limbs. I know there was reports of power lines getting knocked down, so pretty substantial storm. Fortunately, they got it all cleaned up. Grew up on Lake Michigan, have seen a couple water spouts. I'm still itching to see a water spout. Earlier this year, I was not too far from the Lake Michigan shore, and I saw just some low clouds over the lake, and I was like, wouldn't it be funny if those produced a water spout? And I carried on about my day, not really thinking too much about it. Then later that afternoon, I turned on the news, and they're like, oh, there was a water spout recorded off the Milwaukee Lake shore. I was like, oh, I was right there. So if I would have hung around for another 30 minutes, I would have seen one, but I had to make it to class that morning. Yeah, water spouts on Lake Michigan are a cool thing to see. They don't happen very often, but if you're lucky, you can catch a good one. You know, this little storm tower that's going up behind us. Let's turn the car around again. That's kind of been what we've been doing. We just turn the car around one way, and we turn the car around the other way. Don't worry, little bird. We'll stay out of your way. You can go about your business. Another little attempt at some storms going up over there on the right side of the screen. Let's turn on the air conditioning. Get the air conditioning going back up there. I'm gonna go set up a time lapse out there. Just kind of get some images of these bubbly little storms as they go up. So I'll be right back in just a second. Windy. Very beautiful. got that little time lapse rolling. Emerson, how's it going? What part of Wisconsin are we in today? We are near Horicon, Wisconsin right now. That's where we are. Just south of Horicon. Just kind of watching these little pop-up storms as they go up. I got a time lapse out there rolling right now as these little storm cells kind of go up. That's our boundary at work right there, pushing up these storms. Like the look of the clouds. I'm digging it too. Kind of one of the better attempts we've seen to have storms go up here. Got a couple little storms popping up along that line. And also that line of the boundary that's starting up these storms is slowly making its way our direction. So later on in the afternoon, we could have some storms closer down or farther south as that boundary pushes its way through the state. Anyone else have the uh-oh moments when chasers are near them? I have the uh-oh moments as a chaser when I'm somewhere I shouldn't be. Last year we had I had a situation. We were tracking a line of storms kind of through this general region, southern Wisconsin. It was producing like 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. I was trying to get through this grove of trees, and there was all these little tree branches falling down. I was like, might have bit off more than I could chew on this one, but we got through it all good. A couple little pop-up thunderstorms going up along this line again. That's going to be the trend for today. This little boundary that's coming through. Storms are going to go up on it. They'll fizzle out. Give it an hour. Another little cluster of storms will fire up. And right now we're just out and about enjoying the views. Down near Lake Geneva. I've chased through there before. I was down there last year chasing a storm near that region. We're also out there in March. My friend CJ, we were chasing down in that part of the state. Always get anxious when chasers are in my area, but then I can be their tour guide. Sometimes we need a little guide to get us through some places. Well, me and my dad were chasing through South Dakota last year, and some of the road network out there, it's a nice gridded road network, but they're not maintained the greatest, so we were struggling to find roads that weren't covered in potholes. We had to have a local point us in the right direction. AC is doing its job. Let me take you guys out here so you can kind of see what these storms are doing. Let's go take a look. Let's see. We got this little storm going up here, another one kind of next to it, another one behind that tree, and another one behind that abandoned grain bin thingy. I just stepped in a hole. Yeah, here's our little cluster of storms that we're watching right now. It's going to be the theme throughout today, as these storms are going to kind of fire up. They'll go for about an hour, and then they're going to fizzle out, and the cold air that comes out of these will help fire up new storms kind of later on down the road. We're going to bring in this camera. Yeah, there's our storms. That's what we're watching. Getting some pretty pictures of these things is going to be the trend for today. These low-end days, it's always fun to get out and just get some nice photos. That's what I always like to do on the marginal days. Might try for some lightning later this evening as we get towards sunset. Alright, let me get you all back on the mount here. There we go. Seems like the upper Midwest has become the new tornado alley. That's how it's felt this year and last year. Illinois and Iowa have just been slammed this year and last year. Cuba City. I believe you met CJ before I arrived there. I think that was CJ and one of his friends were there. I didn't make it there until a bit later. But yeah, Cuba City is a great little town. I like chasing out there. Nice, wide open chase country. Alright, let's bring this camera to the car for Bourdo. So, what's the temperature outside right now? 87 degrees out there. So it's cooking. Cooking pretty good. Let's put this camera away. Let me get a photo or two just out the windshield. Go. Let's step through this time lapse a little bit. All right. Sweet. Yeah, these storms are much taller than the other ones. So maybe we're getting to that time where more robust thunderstorms are wanting to develop. Might last a little bit longer. Yeah, you can see now how those storms kind of have a bit of a wispier appearance, especially that one on the left side of the screen. That storm is going to be fizzling out here over the next few minutes. You're going to see it kind of collapse on itself. Up to 90 right now. Yeah, we got a nice heat wave coming through. Not as bad as the one we had in August last year, where we had heat indexes of like 120. That was ridiculous. I mean, it's still hot, but not as bad as it could be. The AC rolling again. Cool things down. Yeah, that cluster of storms is starting to fizzle out. You can see they're kind of falling in on themselves. And what's going to happen is, well, a little bit later you're going to see another storm kind of pop up. Itching for a thunderstorm. They keep falling apart in my area. That's been the trend the past few days. I've had the same struggle. Anytime we've had a good storm, it's either been overnight or while I'm working, so I can't really get out there and enjoy it as much as I'd like to. Still always fun, but I like to be out and about during storm days like this. The longer range forecast models have trended towards maybe some more thunderstorms as we get closer to the end of June. So we might have some action around then. And don't worry, that wasn't me passing gas there. That was my seat squeaking. I wonder if we might get some lightning out of this guy. Be fun to capture a bolt from the blue. That's one of my bucket list photos. I'm hoping to catch one of those today. Sometimes with these little pop-up thunderstorms, you can get lightning bolts that kind of jump out the side of them and land a couple miles away. That's one of the main things I was hoping to catch today was get a nice photo of a bolt from the blue. Wonder how our bird is doing. He's just chilling out. He's just having a good time. Alright. Turn the camera this way, you can see this storm is going to be on its way out over the next few minutes. It's pretty though. Tempted to move up the road, see what other type of views we can find in this thing. But again, we got a good view right here. Might move up the road a little bit. Try to get closer to this little storm before it fizzles out completely. So ways up there, though. I think we might actually wait to get the next one. So we're going to have another storm like this pop up in a little bit. That's going to be the trend for today. How the lightning was the other night. That's how it was around here too. I was out trying to get photos of lightning kind of jumping out of the storms, and then that downburst kind of snuck up on me a little bit. I was shooting lightning and I looked behind me. I was like, oh, there's another storm right there. So kind of had to make a quick hustle inside. Got another storm going up next to us a little bit. Is it gonna work for me? There we go. Thank you. Now Google Maps is working. We might move up the road just a few minutes just to kind of get a closer look at this storm. We can always meander back down this way if we want to, but just kind of curious to see what it's doing. So we'll head up towards it, and then once it fizzles out, we'll move back this direction. I put in my my GPS here, and we will go. We'll go take a look. Madison, how's it going? Thanks for tuning in today. Am I looking to the east? I'm looking west right now. Kind of northwest. We're gonna move a little bit closer to this storm. I'm just curious to see if it has any good structure closer up to it. So we'll head out for a little while and get a closer view. See anyone coming? We're good. Bye, killdeer. See you later. Our little deer friend, our little bird friend. We got this like abandoned rail line in here. Maybe there's a hiking trail that goes through this area. Alright, well, there's our storm up there. We're just going to move in and see what type of structure this thing has. I'm trying to get a bit of a closer look. Maybe get some lightning. Before the storm fizzles out on us. All these little bubbly cumulus clouds ahead of us with these pulse storms. Up there and see what this storm is thinking. Get up a little bit ahead of this thing. Where's our turn? Storm, see what it's doing. I believe there's an airport up here we can kind of stop by. There's a fly in here. We've picked up a few stowaways. We got a few flies hanging around in here. They want to come chasing. Like the fruit belt in Michigan. You know, we got a lot of open fields in this half of the state. When is Summerfest in Milwaukee? I believe there's a weekend at the end of June that I believe it's going on, and then two more at like the start of July. I don't know the dates off the top of my head. see some very brief Supercell-like structure with this thing if it can get organized on this boundary here, but I'm not super convinced. Part of Wisconsin to chase. All season I've been waiting for storms in this half of Wisconsin just because it's wide open, great roads. I mean, today is a marginal day, so it's not kind of the big storm event that I like being out in this part of Wisconsin for, but I will take it. Anytime I can chase in this half of Wisconsin is a great day. To the town of Juneau, Wisconsin. Heading towards a little area of convergence where these two boundaries are meeting. Spot where we can set up and watch this thing. Going through Juneau, Wisconsin right now. Sorry y'all, I can't read chat a whole lot right now. Just a minute, I'll go through and see y'all's messages. I'm gotta focus on the road here, especially coming through town. Yeah, Juneau, Wisconsin is where we are right now, just outside of Horicon. Coming up on this little thunderstorm. Severe warning, but it definitely has a unique look to it. In fact, this exact gas station, I filmed a hailstorm coming through Juneau last year. This same spot. So you're gonna stop for me? Yes, you will. Thank you. And our turn north is right up here. north turn right towards this guy. Y'all can see it. Gray skies. This storm. Cruising through this neighborhood to get there. Interaction with these boundaries has kind of sculpted this thing into a Supercell-esque structure. Wonder if the interaction of these two boundaries has given this storm an extra little kick. Let's get up there and take a look, shall we? Might as well. Watch this storm as it moves off to the distance. Maybe there's an area up here we can pull over and watch. Yeah, look at that. Wide open view. Wide open view of this nice little storm. Got some Supercell characteristics here from this boundary. Look at that, little dust kicked up here. Little gustnado. It's pulling right here. We're sitting right on the boundary right now, so gonna be a bit windy. Yeah, y'all see that dust in the field? Little dust devil. Probably see a few more of those. Pull off right in here and watch for a few minutes. How about that? Not too bad. Look at that. Looks interesting. We're sitting right under a little convergence zone, so we'll probably see a few little dust devil-y guys get kicked up here. I'm tempted to go a little bit further north, actually, just to kind of stay with this thing for a few minutes. See what it does. Get a tweet out. Yeah, this storm has unique structure. Copy and paste the live stream link. There we go. Yeah, it looks interesting. Problem is it's crossed the boundary now, so I think it's going to start... It's going to be on its way out here over the next few minutes. Let me read chat here quickly, because I've been neglecting you guys a little bit. I haven't been reading. Anita, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Welcome to the Cheese Curd Squad. Appreciate it. Where am I right now? I'm in Juneau, Wisconsin. Just heading towards Menards and Iron Ridge. Where is Iron Ridge? This storm's going to say just to the north of Iron Ridge, but there might be a couple other little thunderstorms that try to move into that area. Yeah, I kind of want to sit here and watch this for a few minutes. Might as well. Little transient supercell structure. It's probably going to be on its way out here over the next few minutes since it's crossed that boundary. It doesn't have access to the unstable air anymore. If we get out of the car, it's cooled off significantly, but still cool to see. We got a great view with the plane taking off also. Yeah, we got a great shot of this little storm. This storm is going to be dying out here over the next couple minutes. Alright, let's pull up chat here. Is this storm heading towards Oshkosh? Let's take a look. This storm should stay south of Oshkosh, kind of going to be grazing the south side of Fond du Lac as it makes its way northeast. But it should stay clear of the Oshkosh area. Bug on the camera. Yeah, we got a couple little bugs flying around in here. I think there's one on the windshield. Get that guy out of here. There we go. Yeah, we can watch the planes take off too with this storm in the background. All sorts of bugs in here. Open the window. Here we go. The bug is free. Our stowaway. I want to get out and get a nice wide shot of this storm as it moves to the north. Got a structure fest going on. Where am I going next? Staying on this storm or heading to a different one? I'm gonna hang out here for a few minutes just to see what this storm does. I think it's gonna be starting to die off soon though. We're gonna kind of meander our way southward throughout the evening though is the plan. So we're near Horicon right now. Throughout the afternoon, we're going to kind of make our way south towards farther or closer to I-94, towards the Sullivan area. Yeah, right now we're just enjoying this storm while we have it. Got a little time lapse rolling. We'll just kind of enjoy this storm as it moves off to the north. What do we think of the new Twister movie trailer? I love the new Twister movie trailer. Looking forward to it. I mean, everything's played up for drama, but for a Storm Chaser movie, I don't want it to be serious. I want it to be fun. I think that Twisters is going to deliver on that. Radar. Some right to left in there. Okay, that's piquing my interest right now. Very interesting. We got a little area of spin right there, off on the right side of the screen. She's spinning. Not a whole lot, but it's spinning. Definitely interesting. Good thing is we're in a good enough view where there's not a whole lot of rain around this storm, so we can see it really well. I don't know if you guys can see that, but that storm is spinning a little bit. Not a whole lot, but it's rotating a little bit. And now it's kind of, that rotation has fizzled out.
All right.
Thunder. We are going to continue a little bit northward just to keep up with this for a few more minutes. It has an interesting look to it. Curious to see if it'll do anything or if it's going to blow itself apart here. All right. Looks like the storm has, the storm is crossing the boundary. Okay. I'm actually going to move up the road a little bit just so we can point at it a bit better. Kind of want to stick with it, but it's completely passed over the boundary now. I don't think the storm is going to have, it's cut off from the good fuel that it needs. Keep an eye on it here though for just a second. I'm trying to decide where to go. There's this highway that kind of goes up a ways. Camera back at it. There we go. All right. Yeah, it looks interesting. I don't know, it's behind the boundary though. So I'm afraid that we're gonna go after it and then it's gonna die on us. I don't know. Alright, we're gonna go after it. Might as well. We'll take a look. We're gonna head towards the Teresa area. Let's head that way. Head after this storm. track with it for a little bit. Just because might as well. There we go. Alright. We're going to head east. Or no, we're heading west a little bit. We're going to get to a north road and then an east road and track along with this storm for a little ways. Let's catch back up with this thing. Is this in Fond du Lac County? No, this is not in Fond du Lac County. This is near Mayville is where the storm is right now. Mayville, Wisconsin. Just north of Horicon. I'm not going to be able to read chat here for a few minutes. Gotta focus on the storm. Yeah, you can see it off to our right there. How about that? We're a marginal day. We're only really expecting rain and wind, maybe some hail, and we've found ourselves next to a little supercell. How about that? Sitting right on the boundary. Got to catch back up with this thing a little bit. The storm isn't very organized, and it probably won't stay super organized, but we'll track with it a little bit, see what it does. Are liking the stream, be sure to like and subscribe. Because I mean, on marginal days like this, it's really only the local chasers that are out and about. So supporting the local chase groups really helps out a lot. Road is going to take us back up to the storm a little bit. Let's get back up there. Yeah, it's off on the left side of your screen right now. I believe in a little bit we're going to be turning north to kind of head back up to it. dust blowing across the road up there. Dusty, dusty storm. Stop at the marsh. I know there's some good views around there. We might stop near the marsh. Watch this thing for a little while. Turn is up here. It'll get us on a highway, get us up and out of town. Right back up to the storm. I'll follow along this thing for a few minutes. Looks like it's starting to die out though. It doesn't have that classic hook-esque shape on radar anymore. The hook-like appearance has more of a a linear look. I have a feeling this storm is going to be fizzling out very soon. It was right on the boundary. That's how it was able to get that sort of supercell structure to it. It was able to latch on the boundary, kind of come down to the surface a little bit more and get a little bit of spin. But now it's detached from the boundary, and it's going to be moving off into the stable air. So we'll get on the outskirts of town and take a look, but I believe this is going to be our final view of this storm. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to HorrorCon, home of the HorrorCon Marsh, one of my favorite hiking trails. We gotta keep going, get on the edge of town a bit. See our storm off in the distance over here. Losing steam. It's dying out. It's pretty though. Pretty barber pole appearance. Find a place to stop up here somewhere. Yeah, you can see our storm has dissolved. It's dying out. We do have a very pretty little barber pole structure going on off to our left though, so we'll stop and time-lapse that for a few minutes. Another little decaying updraft. So we'll find I believe our stop is up here. Stopping at the marsh, HorrorCon Marsh. Yeah, you can see the storm is much, much higher up than it was earlier, and also we don't have a real defined base anymore. It's all kind of ragged and blown apart. Be able to see the other storm I'm looking at, that pretty twisty barber pole type storm structure, some of my favorite. So we'll set up and time lapse that for a few minutes. barber pole on that. I wasn't expecting to see structure like that today. I mean, all the parameters were screaming pop-up thunderstorms, supercells, very, very unlikely, but we've managed to squeeze out 2 of them, which doesn't happen very often. Yeah, we'll find a place to stop and observe for a few minutes. Let's pull right in here. On this parking spot, and you guys can watch. Look at that. Beautiful storm off in the distance over there. I'm going to set up run across the street there, set up a time lapse, and we'll kick back and enjoy the show. Alright, let's go get a time lapse on that thing. Alright, get this camera running. Nice Supercell. How does it look on this camera if we zoom in? It's a little wide. I'll use the Nikon, that can zoom in more. We can do a raw time lapse. There we go. The ISO down and the shutter speed. There we go. All right, let's go get some pictures of that thing. Car's beeping at me. I got my keys in it still. There we go. Leave that camera there. It'll do its business for a few minutes. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful storm structure. There you go. All right, chat. see what y'all are saying. Yeah, look at that. Nice barber pole. All right, get a tweet out here. Man, that is nice. Not bad for a marginal day. Awesome, awesome, awesome. It's always a good day when you get to see a nice barber pole storm updraft. That's the fun thing about these marginal days. Your expectations are so low that when something cool happens, you're completely blown away. Yeah, that storm is just exploding in front of us. All right, we're going to give this storm a few more minutes, then we can make our way back south. All right. Yeah, how's it going, everyone? Thank you for tuning in. Beth here from Waukesha. Thanks for tuning in, Beth. Great to see you here. Great to see everyone here. We're just out and about enjoying the storms today. Hello from Oklahoma. Thank you for tuning in. Live in Milwaukee. What's the forecast? Milwaukee, you can expect some scattered thunderstorms tonight as this cold front worked its way in, and then that chance of rain continues throughout the day tomorrow, as that cold front is going to kind of stall down here, so storms are just going to kind of train down it. Yeah, thank you everyone for tuning in. Yeah, we got a great storm in front of us. Nice structure show. It's very hot out, too. Man, that's a nice looking storm there. Just shooting some time lapses right now. Alright, so I'm trying to think of what our next move should be. I am tempted to go back south towards these new storms developing near Beaver Dam. Those are kind of working their way up our direction. Maybe head back to... I might actually head back to Juneau, because there's another storm heading that way where we were just sitting, so we'll do that. Head back to the spot we were just sitting at, right down by the that airport there. Exit that, put that in Google Maps. I'll run out and grab the camera, then we can start making our way south. Go. Get this camera off the tripod, throw it in the car. We will be on our way towards a new storm. All right, let's load up and roll out. We got a new storm developing to our south. We're leaving this one behind. This one's dying out. Let's head to storm that's a little bit healthier. Alright. Google Maps. Turn on the air conditioning because it's 80 degrees outside. We will roll. Yeah, you are going to see the storm we're heading towards here as we turn around. There she is. Off to our south. We turn towards the exit here. Lens cap sliding around. Right. There is our new storm. Off on the right of your screen, you can see that bubbly cumulus going up. So we're gonna head that way, see what it does. Fix the exposure on this camera here, and we are good to go. go. On our way towards a new storm. Look at that. That storm's really blowing up. It's one of the better storms we've seen so far today, so we're gonna keep going. Let's get down there. It's kind of training over this storm's path. Wisconsin. That is our new target for this storm that's moving in. You can see it in front of us here, the towering cumulus clouds. We will be there soon. We are not far. About 15 minutes away. Today's chase so far, we're starting to get into action time. So if you are liking it, be sure to hit the like and subscribe button, because we've got another storm after this, and there will probably be more little storms that pop up this afternoon that we're going to go after. The storm's putting down lightning too. It just got a special weather statement issued. Get a good little show from this thing. Nothing severe, just a special weather statement. So, for 40-mile-per-hour winds and hail of 3/4 of an inch. So we might get some hail out of this thing too. I'm kind of gonna sit there and just kind of let it run me over. That's my plan. Get there first. We're going to take a left at the lights up here. Sorry if the air conditioning is a little noisy. I'm trying to cool things down in here. Don't want any cameras or anything overheating. We're going right back the way we came. Backtracking. Yeah, that storm's still going up. Wow. It's got a little life to it. 243 people tuned in right now. Wow. Got a good crowd. Yeah, for all y'all tuned in, we're heading towards this storm approaching the Juneau area, producing some small hail and gusty winds. Y'all are seeing it there right in front of you. That's the storm we're heading towards. Before we make our right turn towards this thing. There we go. Here's our right turn. This will take us back towards the storm. No one's coming. Good. Cool. Nice when the storms are a stone's throw down the road. Don't gotta drive super far. Oh yeah, you can see the structure from here. I might just sit here actually. Why move if I don't have to? Oh yeah, that looks Supercell-y. Let's get a camera rolling. Inside camera rolling, locked and loaded. Turn down the air conditioning a little bit. Alright, there she is. Nice little storm. We're gonna get ahead of it. We are ahead of it, we just gotta get further south. Luckily there's a south road up ahead. Yeah, here's our storm. Moving towards Juneau, Wisconsin. Juneau, Wisconsin. That's where we're headed right now. Got a mean storm. Let's fix the exposure here so it's not so dark for you guys. And we're approaching the storm quickly. We'll be there soon. Juneau, Wisconsin. Once again, it is north of Reeseville right now, between Reeseville and Beaver Dam. That's where the storm is currently located. Get going. We'll have a better view of it once we take our south road here. It's sitting right on that boundary. All these storms are sitting right on that boundary. Here's our southern turn. It's going to take us right up to this thing. So just where we were sitting a few minutes ago. Yeah, it's not looking it's not looking super cellular. Talk about a tongue twister. It's not looking very supercellular anymore. It's got more of that linear outflow look to it. Yeah, you can see it's more ragged with its appearance. What if we stop right in here? No, that's someone's driveway. Never mind. Yeah, it's got more of that raggedy look to it. Still looks good, but not... It's becoming disorganized. So this storm is going to start losing steam here. We'll still sit and watch for a few minutes, and if it starts looking good, we can keep up with this thing. Cell booster I have on the roof is putting in the work. We've been in low data zones all day. I do not believe the stream has dropped out once. Yeah, this storm is starting to fizzle. Starting to fizzle out. Still looks pretty though. We can enjoy a nice shelf cloud for a few minutes. Just gotta go 2 more minutes down the road towards that field we were sitting in a few minutes ago. Lose it here for a second. Gotta go down this road a ways to a good parking spot. I'm tempted to core punch this thing. That's what I say about every storm, but I don't know, I feel like this one might have a good some good hail tucked back in there, or at least did. Looks like it's starting to lose steam a little bit. Here's gonna be our this will be our viewing spot up here. Here's where we can't talk talk today. Here's where we're gonna sit and watch for a little bit. Enjoy the show. Let's turn and look at it, shall we? Get a nice view. There we go. How about that? Nice looking storm. Right in there. Alright, we will sit and observe here for a few minutes as this moves closer to us. Get the camera in focus here. There we go. Alright. Here's where we will sit and watch for a bit. See if this wants to do anything. Look at this camera. I'm gonna get out and set up a time lapse here. Where am I right now? Just north of Juneau. There's an airport on the north side of Juneau, Wisconsin. That's where we're sitting at right now. Watching this thing. Let's get a nice wide shot of this thing. Nice wide angle lens. Alright guys, let me get, I'm just getting every camera I need set up. There we go. All of our cameras are up and running. Kind of thinking we get ready to move back north a little bit. I don't know, there's some left to right motion in there. Alright, let's get ready to move a little bit down the road. Let's put our GPS back in. Alright, here it comes. Let's get ready to roll. Time to go. Yeah, let's get moving. All right, guys, let's get moving. Not too bad. The camera exposure fixed. Okay. Now, let's get ready to roll. Here it comes. Here she comes. Sitting right underneath it right now. I'm gonna get up to this thing a little bit. Bring you all into the bear's cage. You can see that cutout up there. That's our rear flank downdraft. That's where the winds are wrapping around the back of the storm and helping this thing spin. And we're gonna punch right up to it. You can see that beautiful cinnamon bun up there. Strong winds. Let's pull off right here. Film that for a second. Look at that cinnamon bun right above us. Gorgeous. All right, let me get a shot of that. All right. Look at that cinnamon bun. Beautiful cinnamon bun up there. We're right underneath it. Right in the bear's cage. Wow, look at that. Straight above us. Supercell dynamics in motion right here. We are right underneath that. Holy cow. How about that for a close shot? We're in focus. Yep, we are. Alright, it's really starting to wrap up over there, so we're going to get ready to roll. Oh, man. Let's go. Yep, here we go. Let's get ready. Let's get back on it. Here we go. Alright, let's get back on this sucker. Sorry, I just had to capture that. Alright, got a weak area of rotation off to our right side. Let's keep her moving. Let's keep on it. Keep on keeping on. Especially not today. Those marginal days, they can do some sneaky things. Get back on this storm. Get back ahead of it a little bit. keeping up with it. We're gonna go east here and just kind of get ahead of the storm. Yeah, if you're liking the stream so far, be sure to like and subscribe. Luckily, this storm is on the weaker side, just some stronger winds. That hail threat has really subsided. Deep water. Back in front of this storm. Look at that whale's mouth up there. Alright, we're gonna get out ahead of this thing. The storm is kind of bowed out, more of a linear complex again. Development down in near the Madison area. I'm tempted to head down that way. We'll stick with this storm for a few minutes, see if it's got any more juice in it. Down this road back towards Horicon. It's coming. Nope, we're good. Now we're gonna get back ahead of this shelf cloud. Storm isn't supercellular anymore, just a shelf. Just a pretty shelf cloud. We're coming up behind it. Storm I was on briefly latched onto the outflow boundary and produced some weak rotation, but it has since gone linear. Kind of latched on to the outflow boundary slightly. And it looks pretty aggressive. Could get ahead of it a bit more. You just gotta get through town though. That's the problem. Yeah, just gotta get through Oregon. We're coming direction we're headed, and it has a good view. We're getting rained on pretty good. We've been down this route twice. This is our second time going this direction. Following this motorcycle. There we go. Look at that. Mean looking storm. It looks mean. Thankfully it's on the weaker side of things right now. Just some gusty winds. Yeah, we'll probably have a good structure shot once we get through town here. I just want to get out ahead of this a little bit. Slows quite a ways. All right. Man, look at that. Stacked plates. That's what we got. Nice stacked appearance to this storm. Side of town here. Look back at this for a little bit. Finally getting, I believe the highway is up here, so we can kind of shoot eastward a ways, gain some ground. Out ahead of the storm. Man, look at that. Look at that up there. Mothership. Mothership, mothership, mothership. Nothing like some good mothership storm structure. Get your day rolling. Still has Supercell structure out my left window. You can still see an RFD cut. So we'll keep up with this for a little bit. The problem is we got slow traffic. Everyone's going 10 under the speed limit right now. Here we go. Now we're picking up. The Domino's guy that's holding us all up. storm. There we go. Finally out of the rain. Back on the highways a little bit. So we'll get ahead of this storm a ways and find a clear area to pull over and watch for a few minutes. Turn off the windshield wipers. Don't need them. Up here. We'll take a look. Now we're turning back towards it. Out of the trees a little bit. Let's see, find a good stopping point up here. On the windshield, please, camera. Would be awesome. There we go. Thank you. Alright. We will stop in here for a brief moment. Take a look at this storm. This is going to be our last stand on this storm, I think. Let's turn around up here. Actually, let's pull into that little drive. Pull in right here. We'll back in. We're good. All right. Back in this way. I hear you. I know. It's just plants. Don't worry, car. I'm not going to run someone over. Yeah. Here's our storm. It's passing overhead. There we go. We're in park. Get out and get a photo of that. piling in. Getting out of the rain a bit. Got a bug in here. A couple bugs in here. Oh, get me out of the rain. Get me out. Alright guys, I think our play is going to be to head south. I like that idea, going south. Towards the Richwood area. Alright guys, let's get out of here. This storm's just raining on us now. So we're gonna get rolling. Yeah, it's raining pretty good. Might have a downburst here. Yeah, it's ripping out there. Look at that out there. Hail. Getting some hail. We got a downburst coming through. Strong wind. I'm gonna put my front wheels up on the road a little bit so I don't get stuck in the mud. Yeah, look at that. Roaring through. Alright, let's get the camera. Hold that. Ripping out there. There you go. Nothing like a little downburst action. Man, really strong winds. Holy cow. Look at that. We are getting hammered right now. Whole car is shaking. Wow, look at that. Some of the strongest winds I've experienced here. And just like that, it's done. That was pretty good. Downburst action. Alright, let's get the camera focused. And now it's easing up. Gotta close my window a little bit here. Yeah, window up. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are riding this thing out. Looks like things are easing up now, though. Let's see if I can get this camera to focus. Come on, camera. Man, that was some of the strongest winds I've ever experienced there. Just ripping through. Open the window again here. Alright. throw this camera back on the dash. I gotta get organized. Woo! Alright, it's easing up. Alright, we're coming through the back side of the storm. Sorry everyone, I'm just trying to get images sent out of that. Oh, wow. Talk about just a ripper of a storm. Alright, winds have let up now, so we should be good to kind of move on out of here. Just trying to get everything organized. Let's see what's going on in chat right now. Yeah, we just had a crazy downburst roll through. You guys saw it here live. Luckily, the storm is on its way out. I believe that, where is this storm heading towards? This storm is heading towards the Teresa area, just south of Fond du Lac, heading towards Teresa, Wisconsin. Alright, I'm gonna just want to get a couple images sent out. Alright, let's get some, just want to tweet out some images here. Alright. Alright, everyone. That was pretty good, eh? Nice little downburst, and now it's sunny. Alright, guys. We are going to make our way south. Yep, let's roll. Let's see if we can get out of here at least. We're not stuck in the mud. Yippee! Slowly crawl our way out. And there we go. Just like that, it's sunny again. We have a new line of storms developing that we gotta get after. Right, I had that captured on the 360 camera too. Yeah, we had some strong winds there. My estimate would put them around 50 miles an hour-ish. I don't have an anemometer with me, so I don't have a way to measure those wind speeds exactly, but they were up there. Holy cow. The whole entire car was rocking. All right, let's make our way south. Might be our last stand for today. Let's see what's going on. Let's look in chat, see what y'all are saying. Yeah, if y'all have any guesses for how strong you think those winds were, feel free to put them in chat. My guess is around 50 miles per hour, but open to any other guesses. And if you guys are enjoying the stream, remember, liking and subscribing really helps out the channel a ton. So thank you very much. Alright guys, we're going to head south towards Watertown. We have a new complex of storms developing down there. Inside of my car is soaked too. I had my window filming while those winds were going on. Fortunately, it was the side that was out of the wind, but still got some water that dripped in. Yeah, the winds were so strong that when your car window is open, like say you're going down a fast road, say you're going 50, 60 miles per hour, and you open one window, you get that like vibrating effect from the winds. That's the effect we had going on when that storm was rolling through. So that's why my guess is around the 50 mile per hour range for those wind speeds. Not done chasing today. We got more to go. More storms. More storms need to be core punched. All right. Facing these storms. Yeah, we still got a ways to go before we can get down there. Bit of a cruise, bit of a tour of the Wisconsin countryside before we can get on that storm. Slow about the quick mute, guys. I had to send an audio recording. We are approaching Watertown, Wisconsin. That's where we're headed. That's the next little area where these storms are kind of moving towards. There's a line of thunderstorms that has developed along that the cold front. So we're going to go through and pick off these storms one by one. You can see one of those storms in front of us. Alright, we are clear. Let's continue our trek south. Not done with today. We got more storms. Still got a ways to go before today is over. Yeah, if you guys are liking the stream, be sure to hit the like and subscribe button. Supercell, HP. None of these storms are supercells. This is more of a squall line type thing. The storm that we're looking at in front of us is a pulse storm. So those are little single cell storms that kind of go up and then they collapse on themselves. That's what we just went through a little bit ago live when we had the high winds. That was one of those storms collapsing on itself and producing a downburst. Fix the exposure for you guys so the image stays nice and bright. Getting some rain. Punch this next storm. Punch right through it. See what it's doing. thunderstorm's thinking. What's it gonna put down for us? Right now, it just kind of looks like a rainmaker. Through this next little storm, see what it's thinking. I have a feeling we're going to see some high winds here again. If that is the case, we may have to stop briefly, just because I have a big, heavy antenna on my roof. It's tethered down, but I don't want it to be flopping around up there. Strong winds here again, I'm thinking. Or if we can find somewhere to wait this one out. Start the 360 camera. Countryside, bumping over the potholes. Waiting to get run over by this cell. Route today. That's what we're doing. just takes us down this road. Alright. Let's get out ahead of this storm. There we go. We're on the way. Going to head back towards that the cold front, which is sparking up these storms. I believe it's approaching where is this storm? It's the cold front that's sparking up all these storms is just past Watertown, kind of moving towards Oconomowoc. So we're going to head that way. See what's going on in chat. Got nearly 400 people tuned in right now. All y'all tuning in, be sure to hit the like and subscribe button. Yeah, we're making our way back towards the cold front, which is sparking these storms. So you can see a new storm firing on the cold front in front of us. This is moving towards the Oconomowoc area, is the direction we're heading. So yeah, cold front is approaching Oconomowoc. Oconomowoc, you may see some rain showers and thunderstorms kind of spark up as that front pushes through. Expecting tornado weather in Madison. Nope, no tornadoes today. Today does not seem like a tornado day. I'm not overly concerned about a tornado threat. Direction do we have to go now? Go straight. There we go. popping up in front of us. That might put on that might be our next little target. We might punch the core of that thing, see if we can get some small hail and strong winds again. Which direction is it heading? It's moving northeast towards Neosho. So we'll put that in. Heavy rain this storm is producing. I wonder if we're going to see a similar story as to what's happened with these past few storms, where we get a downburst that kind of rolls through once these storms kind of start losing steam. That seems like it's been the trend. So this storm's heading towards the Neosho area. Storm we're on. See how far we can get there. Rubicon, Hartford, kind of that area is where this thing's tracking. It looks like all these storms are starting to lose steam a little bit. Get past this farm equipment. Getting our sweet time getting to our storm. I believe this might be our last play for today, because storms are kind of starting to lose steam. All the instability and fuel that these storms need is kind of moving out of this area. So we'll see what this storm's doing. Maybe if something fires up close after it, we'll keep on going, but this might be our last play. Tractor's slowing me down. I feel like that's been my luck the past few chases. Every single chase I have a tractor in front of me at some point. Can't escape it. Camera's still running. It might be. Turn that off. Don't need that anymore. Power off. Okay. Yeah, this would be my luck. Trying to get on my last storm of the day, and there's a tractor in my path. Right. Clear. Yep, we're good. Finally. Alright, we're on our way. Making making our way towards our last stand. Let's get up there. We're going to try to get below one last little storm. See what it's doing. Yeah, these local marginal days are among some of my favorites, just because expectations for storms are so low. So when something cool happens, like, oh cool, we got a nice storm today, and it was only a marginal day. Didn't have to drive far. We've gotten some cool stuff. Another thing about the marginal days is that a lot of the big national storm chasing folks don't live stream these types of events just because it's way out of their way to kind of get up here for what doesn't always look like the greatest setups. So marginal events like this is where the local chasers really shine. Your guys' support makes it possible so that I can keep getting out there and getting these nice views for you guys, taking you below the storm so you can see what's going on for yourself. All right, here we go. Last stand. Let's get ahead of it. Yeah, you can see how the foot of that rain shower is kind of bowing outward. That's a good sign of a downburst up there. How it spreads out when it hits the ground. Yeah. That's kind of what we got. In front of it. Getting in position on this storm. We're going to get in front of it and let it run us over. That's the plan. Run over type day. here. Let's see. Where am I at? CJ, I'm heading towards, where am I heading? Towards the Oconomowoc area, but I've a little storm cell that's coming up. That's where I'm heading right now. Hartford. Trying to get back on this storm. This storm, we have to punch through another storm. Storm up here that we're about to blast through. We're, what, 9 minutes from our stopping point. Let's see if we can get through this traffic here. Rumble strips. Lightning starting. approaching Hartford, Wisconsin. That's where I am. Hartford, Wisconsin is where I'm headed. Just trying to get through this traffic a little bit. Weather statement out near the Beaver Dam area. I believe that's for high winds, 50 miles per hour. Which, yeah, that sounds about right for what we experienced when we went through one of these storms. Some piece of debris in the road. So these storms are making strong winds. The storm to our west does have a special weather statement for 50 mile per hour winds. So, below severe criteria, but still really strong. Wisconsin, that's where we are. Truck coming to a stop. Thank you. Alright. Let's pull in here and wait to see what this storm wants to do. I'm actually pulling to the Walmart parking lot so we have more room. Pull in here. Here we are. We're at Walmart. Walmart Intercept. we saw some space down here. Wait for it right here. Alright, here's where we'll watch this storm roll in. We're watching at the land of Walmart. Watch this thing move in a little bit. Looks like it's starting to die out though, thankfully. Kind of losing steam. Okay, there's more parking spots over there. They're a bit more open. Head towards. Alright. Down here. There we go. This will be a good spot for us to watch this thing move in. Right about here. About that. Alright, here we are. Hartford, Wisconsin. You can see it's got a little bit of a shelf cloud on it. Kind of coming in. That turbulence up there. Curious to see what the winds in this thing are going to be like. Might actually have turned northward. Might actually have to get back on the highway. Nah, this is still coming our way. Okay. Still got a good little storm heading our direction. We also have another storm coming up from the Oconomowoc area that we can get on our way back. Alright. Should I be prepared for anything prevalent? Mostly just strong winds. There's a chance of maybe a few hailstones or two at this thing, but strong winds are the main concern today. We had a storm we went through earlier was producing winds around 50 miles per hour, so they're blowing pretty good. Some strong wind gusts. Cinnamon bun. Beautiful. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm just looking through a video clip. Yeah, here it comes. You can see the winds kind of moving in with that gust front. Alright, here comes this storm. I get some stronger wind gusts or two. Doesn't seem like anything too crazy though. Alright. We will hold our post here for a few minutes. Let this storm blast through. Yeah, we've had, let's see, we've had almost 6,000 people in the live stream today, which is crazy. All right. Yeah, you can see the rain moving in from the right side of your screen. Yep. Here it comes. I'll leave the 360 camera up for now. Alright, so let's see. See what's going on in chat. Get some Wisconsin cheese. Thinking about it, I'm hungry. Once we're wrapped up for today, I'm getting food because I am starving. Today's chase was fueled by some eggs, toast, and an apple. And that was at 9 a.m. So it's been a little bit. I'm ready for some food. Ready for dinner. Yeah, I just want to see what this storm does before we go get something to eat. Yeah, I want to thank you all for tuning in today, too. I mean, we've had so many people tune in for just kind of a marginal chase day, which is awesome. All right, let's see what this video looks like. All right. All right, here she comes. Bring on the storm. Winds I've experienced. All right. Yep, here it comes. Right over us. Sneaking up on us. Let's see what it looks like on radar. It's still producing lightning. Yeah, there's probably some good winds that just went through the Oconomowoc area, it looks like, near Okachi. At least on radar, that's what it shows. Alright. And we have... Alright. Curious to know how many subscribers we've done from this stream. It seems like it's been we've had quite a good uptick in subscribers. I think I'll show that once the stream wraps up, but yeah, thank you all so much for tuning in today. But here we go. Here comes our next little storm. Working its way on in. You can hear the winds hitting the side window. Let's get our side window camera ready, just in case things go haywire. So we're ready to film. We're already getting some strong winds from this thing. Get the camera in focus. There we go. Alright, here it comes. Working its way on in. We'll see if this thing has the same teeth that the other storm we went through had. Don't think it will. It looks quite a bit weaker. But we'll see what it does. Oh, wrong window. Pretty good downpour. Good little downpour with this storm. Getting some winds now, but nothing as crazy as we had earlier. Heavier rain. Here we go. Now we're getting something. Show you all what's going on out the window right now. Some strong winds, but nothing as bad as we had earlier. Still pretty good breeze though. Alright. I'm gonna close this window before more water gets in. Yeah. Some good winds passing through, but nothing nearly as crazy as we had earlier. I say we start meandering southward. There's another storm coming up. So why don't we see what that one does? There's one more storm coming up our direction. So we'll take a look at that one, and then be done for today. Let's turn and get out of here. Yeah, there's one more storm that's rolling through Okachi right now. We're going to go to that one. See what that one does. Standing water in the roadways too. That's another thing with this storm, or these storms that are happening today. They're not producing a whole lot of wind and rain, at least the one we're on right now. Some of the other ones might produce some stronger winds, but a lot of them are going to be producing very heavy rain, which can lead to standing water in the roadways, so just taking things easy out there. We'll get avoid the incidents that can happen when you get really heavy rain on standing in the roadways. Alright, this storm is wrapped up. We'll make our way south towards this next one. See what it's doing. How far do we gotta go? We got 1 mile. know I keep saying one more storm, but we're not done just yet. This time, we really have one more storm. We're gonna head south towards Okachi, and we'll pick that little storm up on our way down. Nothing like a good old thunderstorm. Come on, guys, let's roll. Keep on moving. Not done yet. Keep on keeping on. We're to town first so we can start heading south. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. See the shelf cloud in front of us too. Might be a bit hard to see on that camera just because it's a little bright right now. Let's see what I can do about that. There we go. We're good. Alright. Let's see, we got a nice shelf cloud in front of us. Let's get on that storm. One more. That storm's almost stationary too. It barely moved. We might just drive right through it. Blast right into it. Storm in front of us. Nice shelf cloud on it. That's going to be our target. Got a new member in the Cheese Curd Squad. Thank you for joining. Appreciate all the new members today. Memberships go a long way in helping the channel out, so I really appreciate it. Thank you guys. Man, look at that mean stone. Seeing it here live. Y'all are seeing it here live. We got a gorgeous shelf cloud in front of us. We're gonna punch right into that thing. Right in that storm. Dude, watch out, buddy. Not smart. Driving crazy. For some reason, Google Maps wants me to go through the gas station to get on this road. To that I say no. You're gonna go this way. Into the shelf cloud. Yeah, look at that. Pretty. Pretty storm. We're gonna go right into it. Not too bad for a marginal day. Not too bad. Let's get right into it. Going in. See the rain down the road. Here comes the rain. Go east. I'm gonna take a light jaunt eastward. Just to get in a slightly better spot. Here comes the rain. You can see it on top of that hill up there. Coming down the road. Flood warning in Madison. That flash flood warning. So, Madison, Wisconsin, these storms have just been training over that same spot. And like I said, they're dumping a lot of heavy rain. So, flash flood warning for Madison. Out more strong winds again. This time we're near Okachi is where we are. Yeah, we're getting dumped on. Gonna have to put the window up. Too much water out there. was another pretty good little storm. Give you guys a taste of what these cells are doing. Wipe up all this rain in here. I got water everywhere. Looks like this storm's starting to let up. Alright, y'all. That was pretty good. Nice little thunderstorm. Alright. What's going on in chat right now? Alright, and it's passed through. Storms are quick. Okay. Through, and then it's sunny. That's how today has been. Taking a look at the recent weather data, I can kind of figure out what I need to do. I think we're pretty much done for today. Seems like storms are on the downward side. Some small hail. Storm just does not want to let up, does it? Still coming down. Alrighty, this storm is pretty much wrapped up. Yes, here. Alrighty. Every time I say I think with that, the storm just keeps going. This cell is barely moving. Alrighty. This storm's on its downward swing. I think with that, we are going to wrap things up for today. Storms are kind of simmering down a little bit. Not as crazy as they were earlier. A lot of the fuel has been used up by some of the throughout the earlier half of the day, so less fuel available for the storms that already are going on. So I think things are kind of going to be on the downward trend for the rest of the evening. But with that, I want to thank you all for tuning in. Let me read chat here one last time. Just a quick second. Let's see. Alright. Yeah, with that, I want to thank you all very much for tuning in. It's been a very fun little local chase day. We got to see some nice storm structure. Got to see really strong winds with one of those downbursts. And all in all, just a fun time hanging out, cruising alongside the storms. I'm glad you're all able to join me today on this awesome little local live stream, providing storm coverage for all the local Wisconsin folks around here. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it for me today. So once again, I want to thank you all for tuning in. My final thank yous, we've had almost 7,000 people on the stream today, which is absolutely crazy. Usually the live streams for small, marginal risk days don't perform as well as this one has done. So I really want to thank you guys a lot, just so much for tuning in today and coming along and watching the storms. Let me pull up my YouTube studio here so I can get things wrapped up. And also, before I forget, tomorrow night I'll be live with Professor Dr. Evans. He is a researcher at the University of Milwaukee. I believe he's doing stuff with NOAA now. He is coming live stream. We're going to look through some upcoming research that's been going on with some new forecasting models. So if you all want to take a little sneak peek into the future of severe weather forecasting, we will have you covered tomorrow. Some of the new tools that have been developed and how they've been performing over this incredibly active severe weather season. My YouTube studio will load. I'll be able to stop flapping my gums here and wrap things up for you guys. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching again. It's been a very, very fun stream today. And